Good evening to all from Pompey, where the temperature was -1 this morning, and that's in Fahrenheit, not in English, not in Celsius. So the choice of telescope this morning, or this evening I should say, was not determined until a few minutes ago. I had meant to get the big guy out and take a look at Jupiter and Mars. But that thing is frozen shut. I used my leaf blower to try to blow as much snow as possible until I got to a layer that was a fraction of an inch of solid ice covering the entire dome. So I tried using a hairdryer to no avail. So big scope is out. Merry Christmas, Bill. Merry Christmas, Jeannie. Merry Christmas, Aislinn. So we went with the Dwarf 3. That was the plan, to try to get some nice big targets. But then, if anybody from Dwarf Lab is listening, Merry Christmas to you too. Dwarf 3 crashed 3 times. First time during calibration, second time during a go-to, and third time during taking darks. So 3 strikes and you're out. So C-Star is gonna be it for the night. I'm looking forward to a long night, I hope. The weather is gonna be clear, it's gonna be cold. It's going to be upstate New York, and we should be able to stick with the target list. Right now, yes, it is the telescope that is most thought out. There is another thing about C-Star that differentiates it from Dwarf. Right now we're starting with 97% battery. When that thing turns blue, when the battery indicator turns blue, the icon, which means it's no longer charging, C-Star will pass the current directly to the telescope, and we should be good all night. I'm going to try to see if I can bring Dwarf 2 up on the western front, or in the west wing. Pico had 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Merry Christmas, Pico. Well, we got another foot of fresh snow last night, and so I'm hoping that the wind stays calm so we don't have blowing snow onto the lens, but for now things look good. We're seeing nebulosity already. I would have very much liked to take a look at Mars with the big scope. Mars is coming close. I may just have to resign myself to looking at Mars with a 16-inch telescope up in Oswego. We'll see when we can do that. Right now the university is closed for the break. I have my cup of tea that I'm enjoying sipping on, and could someone give me a thumbs up on the audio? Are we good audio wise? Is audio good? Crickets. I saw what happened to Twin Cities. You guys got blasted. Thanks, Bill. We will pay a visit to Jupiter and Mars just to say hey. Thanks, Jeannie. Jeannie, those were impressive images that you sent me from your Sea Star adventure. I like them. You heard the slurp of tea. Please share any picture you want. Yes. My email address is in the header of the YouTube channel. By the way, if when Zena joined us, I will repeat and let her know that we are stuck at 4490 something subscribers, unable to get to 4500. This morning I pleaded with people at church. I needed 2 more subscribers. They promised to subscribe and I lost 2 instead of getting 2 more. Yeah, if you email me pictures, I'll gladly post them and share them with the audience. So just for the fun of it, I'm going to share with you an image that Jeannie took in Hollywood. And here it comes. The image on the left is Jupiter with the Galilean moons that Jeannie took. That shows tremendous progress on her usage of the C-Star S50. Yeah, many people have been losing subscribers for some reason. YouTube has gotten flaky lately. Okay, go back to my Skycam. The dome is also frozen. I would have liked to show you what it's seeing. Not much, just the orange glow. We finally found the cause of the orange glow. and I shall not attempt to remove the orange glow. It's my wife's Christmas tree. So when there is snow on top of the dome, it reflects the light from the Christmas tree. I tried turning it off and it went away, turned it back on, it came back. So it's covered with snow and I have no way of getting to it because the pole is frozen shut to the house. Okay, so much for flexibility. When we moved to this house 27 years ago, we planted a small spruce, blue spruce, in front of the house. Nobody expected that it will be about 60 foot tall now. We used to decorate it, put Christmas lights on it every year. Not anymore. Never mind the fact that we cannot reach the top, but there ain't enough lights in the world to cover it all. It's a beautiful tree. So we have since adapted and adjusted to decorating smaller trees. We plant new evergreens every year, whether it is pine, white pine, which I like a lot, or the spruce family of trees. Jeannie, you are in the same time zone as Zena. Can you ping her and see where she is? We don't have any moose around here, fortunately. The mink is gone because it's done eating everything there is to eat in the pond. It's now looking for food elsewhere. And the doe that had been injured several months ago was eating at the bird feeder today. For some reason she likes the grains, so she is doing well. She has healed pretty nicely. Hello, Cosmic Ray. We are located in Pompey, New York, United States, North America, Earth, Solar System, Milky Way, local group. And right now the equipment that I'm using is the C-Star S50 because other equipment is frozen shut. Welcome to the channel, and please subscribe since you're here. We go live very often, whether it is to show galaxies, nebula. Tonight should be a special one. We're going to be staying up late. Where are you located, Cosmic Ray? We know the Poconos, Pennsylvania very well. Thank you for joining us. How does your S30 compare to your S50? Yes, Aislinn, that was Jeannie's picture. Very, very good, Cosmic Ray. Hope you get the results that you're looking for. What I remember most about Manchester was the Piccadilly radio station. Every Monday morning they started with Monday Morning with Susie Mathis. That I remember vividly a long time later. Cosmic Ray, I have used C-Star Alp, but not tonight. Tonight the decision to use the C-Star was a last minute because my other options failed on me. We are at 100% battery, so and it's still green, so we're good here. The tablet that I am using right now on the C-Star is the Galaxy A9, which has a higher resolution but not quite what we need. It's definitely the right resolution for the C-Star. And one thing that people do not like when I do that is rotating the C-Star so it fills the whole screen. Counterclockwise, and now we can have it fit the screen. This gives us a higher fidelity here, especially if we there we go. Voila. Hello, Spooky Sandwich. Cosmic Ray. If you go to my channel, there are 4 different tutorials on how to stream, but in a nutshell, I am using screen copy to render the Android onto the laptop, and then OBS Studio to do screen capture and stream it onto YouTube. If you hang in 1 second, I'll give you a quick link to get you started. Spooky Sandwich and Cosmic Ray, please subscribe to my channel. I am 2 subscribers short of 4,500 and you can get me there. Cosmic Ray, here's your link. That should show you how I'm streaming. Thank you, Spooky Sandwich. Where are you located, by the way? Okay, we're going to go back to C-star being upright before the haters start hating. There we go. South Coast, UK, England. Well, we have folks here who are all the way from the north east coast of Scotland. Cosmic Ray, this is M45, the Pleiades Subaru. And the plan for the rest of the evening is published below. After M45, I plan to go onto the Christmas tree cluster and the Cone Nebula, NGC2264, and then the Orion Nebula, and then the Flame Nebula, and then the Rosette Nebula, and then M44 The Manger. And from there on, once we're done with these, it will be viewer's choice. So if you have anything you'd like me to capture, just send in some suggestions. Pico, which device are you talking about? The C-Star S50? Spooky Sandwich, I lived in Manchester in Salford actually for 3 years. That's where I did my postgraduate study. This past century, not this century, the previous one. Did not make it all the way down south England, but certainly made it to places like Coventry and Stratford-upon-Avon and London. And we did go west from Manchester to Caernarvon and northern Wales, visited there quite a bit, and we did go to Scotland a lot. Why are you calling us Goog? You could have said goof, would have been good, or good would have been goof. I wouldn't put Manchester and nice in the same sentence, but hey, if you insist. Not when there is a Manchester United game, definitely not when they are playing Manchester City. Get out of the town, get out of the city. I lived near Old Trafford and went to 2 games. Second one, we were almost crushed to death because everybody decided to move in one direction and we were against the fence. And I decided to live and tell about it, not go back. Okay. Yeah, I was a Manchester United fan, still am. Gary Bailey was the goalie at the time. He was still in his early 20s. And we did watch quite a few games on radio, believe it or not. And but we did lock ourselves in when everybody came from Northern Ireland across the channel to watch the game, and then there was a lot of vandalism and rampage on the way out, regardless whether United won or lost. Oh. Jeannie, the targets that we are taking tonight, you may want to take note because you should be able to get them next time you have clear skies, as in every night. I was in Salford in Manchester from 1979 through 1982. So that's a long time ago. But these were good days. I still have fond memories of fish and chips for 25 pence that were wrapped in genuine newspapers and soaking through. And we ate lots of mackerel, and we went a lot to St. Michael to get steak and pudding pies, and to Greg's Bakery. My all-time favorite is the fresh cream apple turnovers. Pico, you're piquing my interest. Whom do they have in common, Aberdeen and Manchester United? No idea what SAF stands for, Spooky. Ah, okay. Bill, you know the drill. We're at 44.99, guys. If anybody is watching who's not subscribed, please subscribe and get us to 4,500, will you? Yes, yes. And for those who are watching, if you have not said hello yet, please do say hello. We'd love to say hello back to you. We are a very friendly community. We make fun of everybody. Equal opportunity. Now that the Brits have taken over the chat, I don't know what C-Star is trying to say. I heard some mumbling outside the window. Not sure when the moon is going to join us tonight. C-Star was talking to me about the battery. We have gone blue, it has stopped charging, but the good news is it will not drain, it will just apply the adapter directly to the telescope, so we are good. The moon is supposed to join us right after midnight, at 22 minutes after midnight, so we will see it at around 1 a.m. It will become clear. Thank you, Bill. Merry Christmas, Mike. Have you seen any drones lately in New Jersey? So the moon is 47%, so it's not even half moon, and it is shrinking, I believe. We will get it, yeah, just around 1 a.m. Yes, indeed. There are some crazy people out there. Mike, if your dog or cat have a YouTube account, please have them subscribe. We need one more subscriber to get us to 4,500. It has been very erratic, Bill. The past week or so, nothing. It's basically a matter of when we are able to go live. YouTube has been good at promoting live streams when they occur. As you can tell, we have at least a couple, 3 new people today who found us for the first time. Now this is the past year subscriber count. And you can definitely see the solar eclipse. This was the penumbral lunar eclipse preceding the solar eclipse, which was really the biggest day ever, and then the solar eclipse. And then we have had a good until the next lunar eclipse. And now we're looking forward to another lunar eclipse on Pi Day. That'll be a total lunar eclipse. 4,500. Thank you, guys, and Merry Christmas to all. For the 45th subscriber, you have just won a free 1-year subscription to this channel. Enjoy it often. In another few minutes we will get off the Pleiades. I plan to hop onto Jupiter just to say hey. Uranus is in the neighborhood as well. We might pay a quick visit to Uranus, and then uh-oh, what happened? There we go. And then we're going to go to the Christmas tree cluster, and the Cone Nebula is our next target. Spooky, I have not tried using D3 with Nina. Right now, D3 remains non-ASCOM compatible or non-ASCOM compliant. Don't know when they're going to make it ASCOM compliant so we can access it with any and all ASCOM applications. Spooky, I found myself relying a lot on Sharp Cap. It does pretty much everything that Nina does for me and more. And Dr. Robin, don't know if you call it Glover or Glover, has been extremely responsive to any and all requests and has improved Sharp Cap to the point where it is my sole go-to to operate the big telescopes, whether it is the Meade 16-inch or the Celestron 11-inch. It does for me the polar alignment, it does plate solving, it does very accurate go-to, it certainly does autofocus, it even drives the atmospheric dispersion corrector and optimizes it, aligns it properly, and it does stacking of both planetary and deep sky objects. Now the latest thing that he has added is the ability to have different exposures on the same frame. He did that for solar imaging, but I'm gonna try to use it in 3 weeks when Mars goes behind the moon on January 13, to see if I can indeed reduce the brightness of the moon so we can see both Mars and the moon and not have just a red dot and a very bright white dot, or white big moon. Yeah, you can get Sharp Cap for free, or you can pay the I think it's 13 pounds or 15 pounds per year to get the pro features. This year he offered a lifetime one-time subscription or payment for the pro features, which I thought was worth it. I tried his multiple exposure on solar, and it works beautifully. This way you can see both the prominences as well as the sunspots without having to choose one or the other, so that the exposure outside the sun is a lot higher than the exposure on the sun itself, and it came out beautiful. Let me check, Bill, so I can give you an educated answer. Yes, it is showing it. I have C-star in station mode now, and it is showing the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is appearing. Okay. Here's evidence that I have it in station mode. Standby. Yep, there it is. I just typed / C-star in the search of my Windows, and it gave me the C-star drive. And at the same time, when I asked for Wi-Fi, it showed the C-star Wi-Fi. Spooky, of course you can show me your Orion. Your best bet is to email it to me and I'll display it. It's Pompey Observatory at gmail.com. Spooky, you cannot send links through YouTube. It let you think that you sent it, but YouTube has a bad habit of deleting links unless you enter the link without it looking like a link. In other words, replace the dots with the words DOT and whatever it takes. As soon as we get to 45 minutes stacked on the M45 I'm going to move on to Uranus, Jupiter, and then get to the Christmas tree. Genie, Uranus and Jupiter should be very brief, and if you pay attention, stay with me for a minute, I will show you how you can adjust the exposure and hopefully get some color on Jupiter. I don't know that we'll be able to see the great red spot, but we're going to give it a try. Already time to go rock. We're going to go to the solar system. And we're going to go to Uranus. So there is Uranus. It does not look very blue. And let's see if we can adjust the brightness here with the plus and minus, and go to doesn't want to. Okay. Does not want to adjust the exposure here. So we'll go to Jupiter, see if we can do any better there. There is Jupiter. Let's see if we can do any better here. Bill, I just got your email. I will try to pull the same page in just one moment. Exposure is not working on me today. There we go, manual. Exposure. Okay, go microseconds. There we go. And gain. Okay, this is starting to look a lot like Jupiter. If you hang in there, we may actually see the Great Red Spot. Stand by. This is likely to be stackable. I can see the cloud bands on Jupiter. I'm going to capture about a minute, and I will stack it later on. But this is a significant improvement over prior editions of C-Star. Already. So Bill wanted to see this guy. Yeah, it is showing the Wi-Fi that is going out, and it shows that we are in station mode connected to Lady Godiva. I don't know if C-Star will tell me the IP address to which we are connected. Yep, it says it's connected to 192.168.151. Here's your evidence, Bill. I am pinging C-Star from the laptop that is not connected to it, but they're both connected to the same home network, and it is responding. So I am in station mode, and it still shows the C-Star Wi-Fi as being alive. Back to work. Okay, stargazing. To those who have just joined us, welcome to the Pompey Observatory Christmas special. We have just started capturing the Christmas tree cluster, NGC2264, and it looks like an upside down Christmas tree at this point. So it has maintained the settings that we had earlier for DSO and ignored the settings that we used for the planets. For some reason it had switched off the dew heater on me. I want to make sure it is still on. It is on. Alright, we'll go back. Pico, one thing that I noticed with my cell phone as well as with my tablet is if I have both 5G or the cell connection and the Wi-Fi connection, if I have them both on at the same time, it misbehaves. If you look carefully at the tip of my display here, out here, let's see, doesn't want to show you. Okay, let's try again. Okay, if you look at the very top right where it shows 86% battery, next to it you'll see a plane. I have my tablet in airplane mode, so the cell is turned off and the Wi-Fi is connected to the home network. So C-Star, tablet, laptop, they're all connected to the home network, and that's how I am able to ping the C-Star from the laptop without any issue. Our only possible problem tonight, among many other problems, is that while the tablet is connected to the laptop via a USB cable, the battery on the tablet is draining. The laptop is not charging fast enough. So I will have another tablet on standby, turned on, connected. So when the tablet battery drops below a useful level, we'll switch. No problem with the C-Star, it is fully charged. Pico, I'm looking at the pictures that you posted on Facebook. 6 minutes for M45 is not enough to get anything out of it. I see Jupiter, that's a good one. Your M45 has some slightly elongated stars there. You did say it was windy, so that would explain it. Let me pull that up for the folks to see. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Pico's M42. Come on. I've become reasonably impatient with the misbehavior of computers. I was referring to the slightly elongated stars. You did mention you had 45 mile per hour winds, which explains it. You are famous indeed. Genie, there are two ways to access your C-star or your dwarf. Either have them connected to the same network as your tablet and computer and everything else, and that's your home network, and then you can move things around, or use the Wi-Fi hotspot that is built into the telescope and just connect your tablet to it and have them establish a one-to-one relationship. If Astro Cozy were here, he will tell you that's a cozy relationship, and that will work just fine. Whenever I am in Oswego, where I do not have a home network to connect to, and the folks at the university are not eager to let me connect telescopes onto the university network. Actually, I don't want to connect to the university network. I connect my tablets directly to the telescope using the telescope's Wi-Fi, and that's how I'm able to have Dwarf 2, Dwarf 3, C-star all connected to separate tablets on separate Wi-Fi networks, and they do not get into a tug of war or any conflicts. Hello, CGD. CGD, to catch you up, we reached 4,500 subscribers during this session. We imaged, we started with M45, and now we're looking at the Christmas tree cluster, NGC2264. We took a quick peek at Jupiter and adjusted the exposure and the gain, and we could almost see the cloud bands on Jupiter. And when we are done with the Sun, we're going to hop over to M42 Orion Nebula and then the Flame Nebula before we descend onto the Manger M44 Beehive Cluster, also known as Prasepe, also known as the Manger or the Crib. At which point I will be open for requests. Oh, I forgot, we have the Rosette Nebula as well. That should come out beautiful. And even though we do not have the IR pass on, we're starting to see the nebulosity of the Cone Nebula here. Good to be back online, CGD. We had quite a long stretch of clouds and snow. It was snowing as recently as last night. This morning I had to shovel quite a bit of snow. Temperature was -1 Fahrenheit this morning. And I discovered that my leaf blower can be put to dual use. I used it to blow the snow this morning and it did a good job actually. The dogs did not appreciate much having snow blown in their faces, and the little one tried grabbing, biting the leaf blower. I wouldn't expect any less from her. Cosmic Ray, we can see your chat messages, but if you are posting any link, we cannot see the link because YouTube strips the links. I was eager to use the big telescope tonight and take a look at Mars and Jupiter, mainly Mars, but that thing is frozen shut. So I may check back on it in spring. Alright, this is the misbehavior. We are connected. Okay, we're back. Thank you. And for those who joined us in the last few minutes, this is station identification. This is the Pompey Observatory, the only live 4K multi-telescope channel on YouTube. Bill, we have a problem that when we drive our cars and we pull them back in the garage, because the engine is still warm for a few minutes, we end up with literally squirrels, chipmunks, and mice fighting inside the engine. We find seeds in the glove compartments in the cars. And every year I find myself having to replace the cables on the compressor, the AC compressor outside the house, because the mice use it for shelter in winter and they chew through the cables. So we're trying not to give them a warm place in winter. Mike, many times I would back my car out of the garage and then find pieces of animals on the floor because they happened to be in the engine when the engine started. Not a pretty sight cleaning up. Spooky Sandwich, the email is Pompey Observatory at Gmail. Good evening, Night Waves. Yes, we are celebrating a Christmas special. Actually, having a clear sky is a good enough reason to celebrate these days. So we're looking at the Christmas tree cluster before we move on to Orion, and then the Flame Nebula, and then the Rosette, and then the Manger. Jeannie, please note that Pico post-processes the images that came out of C-Star. If you take the final image and post-process it, especially increasing the contrast, you can bring out the kind of colors that Pico was able to get from his images. Hello, Toast. We are missing Jacob and Zena to get, and obviously Palouse is not here. What's going on? We will be getting onto Orion very soon, Pico, so no worry. Yes, indeed, Bill. Spooky, that is an image of what? Ah, Orion flipped. I see. Okay. Let me post it up for folks to take a look at it. Genie, this is what happens if you want to flip the colors around. So this is M42 courtesy Spooky Sandwich, and the colors are flipped. And it's worth noting that the trapezium is very clearly visible here. Good job, good job. You can see the trapezium in the center of Orion. Thanks for sharing. 9 hours of data. What instrument were you using? And I'm assuming that 9 hours over multiple days. Okay. What instrument were you using? Excellent. When you say 3 days, I assume you mean 3 nights. Yeah, that's a lot of work. Can you share with us what exposure lengths did you use? Were these tracked or untracked? The HEQ5 Pro should be good enough to allow you to do untracked. Okay, Bill, we'll be here. Very good. Genie, just for reference, you're looking at a setup. The setup that Spooky used is probably between 5 and 10 times the cost of a C-Star. As soon as you're talking about the HEQ5 Pro and the Nikon camera and the Sigma telephoto lens. This is a high-end, high-quality setup. Jeannie just got your image. Just give me 1 second, please. Jeannie, I did not ask your permission, but I messed around with the colors on your Orion. It gave it a little bit more saturation, definitely some more warmth, and I can adjust the tint and the sharpness. I push the contrast way up and lower the exposure all the way down. This is not what you sent me, but as you can tell from the letters down there where it says C star S50 and M42 and 58 minutes, they turned a lot different from the gray that they were. Thank you. So if you use Windows Photos, you can play with those controls to your heart's content. Let me cancel them all and take you back to your original image. Cancel. Okay. That's what you sent. And by selecting Edit and looking at here, what I usually do is I start with a contrast, which takes the exposure way out, so I lower that and then drop all the way down to the colors, push the warmth, push the tint, push the sharpness, and play with the saturation. It looks slightly different. So it's whatever the eye of the beholder as to what you consider a pretty image is totally up to you. That's all. Hello commentator, I don't know why you're offline. We see your post. And by the way, on this channel we don't answer questions that start with why. I'm an engineer, I answer what. We defer the why to philosophers and scientists. For those who think that you are offline for some reason, please look at the bottom of the image. It should say live and you should see the little circle filling in. If that's not moving, well, if you can hear me, then you're not offline. Hello Harvey. Yeah, turn off and turn on is the default setup. Pico, Genie, can somebody confirm that you are online and that you can hear me? Can anybody hear me? Okay, just for reference, this is the setup that he was talking about. Okay, the majority hear me, so if you guys are offline, turn off and turn back on. So this is the setup that Spooky is using. Thanks for sharing. Jeannie, you are stating the obvious. Thank you. Toast, what you are looking at here is probably a light shield that is bigger than the lens. The 600mm telelens it's a 3-inch, it's an 85mm lens. Hello Tariq. Hello David C. For those who are just joining us, station identification, this is the Pompey Observatory Christmas special. We are the only live 4K resolution channel on YouTube, multi-telescopes, that looks at the heavens in real time. Tonight we are looking at Messier 45, which is the Pleiades, already did that. We hopped on Uranus and Jupiter briefly. And then we're looking at the Christmas tree cluster, NGC2264, with the Cone Nebula, before we will move on to Orion, M42, and then the Flame Nebula, NGC2024. David C. comes from Drone Territory, northern New Jersey. Toast, when you start talking about multi-meter lenses, you're talking about Hawaii. Top of the mountain there, they have some pretty large lenses. See you later, Mike. Enjoy dinner. In order to stay on schedule, whatever that means. Yes, I remember, David. We will move off the Christmas tree cluster at 8 o'clock and hop onto Orion, Jeannie's favorite, and then the Flame Nebula. I'm gonna skip the horse head for tonight so we can move on to Rosette, and then the Crib or the Manger M44. Hello, Random. Thank you for joining us, and if you're not subscribed yet, please subscribe. So in 2 hours we have lost 20% of the battery on the Samsung Galaxy, even though it is connected through USB. I will have the Lenovo tablet fully charged and on standby, connected to C-Star, so we can switch to it as needed. David, yeah, this is just a tablet screen. Even though they show the Christmas tree cluster as being there, in reality this is the Christmas tree. It's pointing to the lower right. It's an upside down tree. Good question. Minimum magnitude. There are some pretty faint stars here. My guess is 17 or 18 easily. This is the 50mm lens toast, yes. I don't know that Stellarium is going to be happy showing us this kind of detail. Let me pull up Stellarium. And we're going to go to NGC2264. Alright, stand by for a second. We may be in luck here. Okay, according to Stellarium, I'm seeing a star that is 17.5 magnitude. Yeah, that's the lowest magnitude that Stellarium is giving me now that I can see on this display. David, this is a sensitive subject. When we were at NEAF and I spoke to the C-Star folks, they confirmed in no uncertain terms that they have a large aperture group building the next C-Star that was going to be bigger than S50. And what did they come out with? An S30. Okay, we're done with the Christmas tree. I'm going to move on to Orion. We're not going to spend much time on Orion, but hopefully I will show Jeannie how I can manipulate Orion in real time to get us what we may want to get, objects. M42, let's go for it. Go to I want to make sure we have the filter turned on. Spooky, I looked for a star that was a lot fainter than that. I was not looking at the nebula itself. Okay, we have the filter on. So don't do that to me. Okay. There we go. Okay, Genie, this is where I can start messing with it by, come on, by reducing the magnitude and increasing the contrast dramatically. Not that dramatic. And messing with the saturation. See, you can make it look anything you want it to look. So I'm going to go back to making it default. And the only thing I want to change a touch is the contrast. I like it at about 20, just to make the sky to about the same darkness that I'm looking at. For some reason, Sea Star is not happy. It's groaning and moving a lot. It's not windy outside, don't know what it's doing. Of all the targets, Orion should be an easy one for it. The scope is moving a lot back and forth, and it's not stacking as fast as usual. So we're going to stay on Orion for just a few minutes. David, I can hear the motor on the C star, that it's moving. I don't know why it's moving. It has no reason to be moving. I'm going to see if the C star ALP will pull it up so we can see where it's moving. We don't have wind, David. It's brutally cold. It's talking about star trails. It's brutally cold outside and no wind. But for some reason, C star is not happy with Orion. The cold weather may well be the issue. I just ran the C star ALP and it's showing me plate solve succeeded every few seconds. As we say en français, je ne sais pas. Yeah, Spooky both have heating elements, so I'm not worried about that part. But the telescope is just moving. So I plan to give M42 about 10 minutes of stack time before we hop over to 2024 NGC. David, it is stacking. But for some reason it's not tracking. It keeps plate solving every few seconds. We did perform horizontal calibration at the beginning of the evening, so it is horizontally calibrated. And right now it's not stacking. Of course it's going to get star trails because you're moving. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give C-Star a chance to redeem itself by getting off M42 and going to NGC 2024. Because it did not have this problem with the previous multiple targets. See how far it has moved? For some reason it was not tracking. Let me make sure it's not a cable issue. Stand by. You may remember that one time cable froze to the table and it brought down C-Star. It's not frozen, it's just stiff because it's cold. So I don't know if that's keeping it from moving freely. Alrighty, so we're going to go to NGC 2024. have no idea what C star is doing. I think I know what C star was doing. The horse head is at the very edge, but that'll have to do for now. Yeah, for some reason Sea Star is happier now than it was a few minutes ago. The problem may have been the cable actually, because it had stiffened and I loosened it. So that is one limitation of Sea Star compared to Dwarf. The power input to Dwarf is on the base that does not move. In the case of Sea Star, it moves with the cable, takes the cable with it. And on a cold day like today, when the cable is as stiff as a pipe, it's keeping Sea Star from moving freely. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a 20-minute break to attend to a couple of errands. I'm going to have the audio off, but I will be back. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully they will sleep the rest of the night. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. The main difference in the gears between C-star and dwarf. Dwarf uses friction drive, C-star uses plastic gears, and I know of people who have stripped the gears by mounting them equatorially. When C-star is standing, it can rotate around an axis, a vertical axis, with very, very little force or torque, I should say, on the motor. But when you put it at an angle, the gears were not designed to carry radial stress, and you can definitely strip them. Now, Stellina, on the other hand, they did the smart thing, namely they rotate the sensor. So the scope is Alt-S, but the sensor is the one that rotates. And many of the bigger telescopes will rotate the sensor and not the scope, obviously. That image of the horse head and the flame is coming up very, very nice. So we're going to give it another 7 minutes before we move on to Rosette C50, Caldwell 50. I have mounted C-star equatorially, and it did what it is supposed to do. But here we are. You can look at this image where the horse head is very, very close to the edge, and you cannot see any field rotation, hardly any. We can get into a lengthy discussion of portrait versus landscape. The decision to put the sensor in a portrait mode vertically as opposed to horizontally has alleviated a lot of the field rotation that you'll get otherwise, because for the majority of people who live in the mid latitudes like us, anywhere between 30 and 50 latitude roughly, the targets are moving practically vertically as the Earth is rotating. So by putting the sensor this way, you are all but eliminating the field rotation. I don't see any field rotation here. So for genius sake, we're going to mess a little bit with the colors here, just for the fun of it. We're going to make it a bit darker, and then slightly more contrast, no, not that much, and then slightly more saturation. There you go. And then we reset all of them to go to the next target. As I had mentioned earlier, I like to keep the about 20 contrast just to get the sky to look just about as dark as I see it from my window. Merry Christmas, Renato. To those who have joined us while I was taking care of the dogs, this is the Pompey Observatory, live from Pompey, New York. The only channel on YouTube that streams in full 4K resolution from multiple telescopes. Tonight we have a Christmas special. We looked at the Christmas tree. We looked at M45 at Pleiades, M42 Orion, Horsehead Nebula and Flame Nebula, and we're getting ready to move on to the Rosette Nebula next. There is the Rosette Nebula. Let's see if we can frame it properly. I'd like to center it. There we go. And the filter is on. Let's get started then. Yes, Bill, except we're not really doing the proper stretching. But yeah, darkening, playing with the contrast is one way of stretching. But this is just 20 seconds and we can already see the Rosette Nebula. It's a beautiful target. Very beautiful. So 309, and let me do that edit quickly. If the sky is clear, we will be on, David. Have a good night. We will be on the Rosette Nebula for about an hour total, at which point we will hop onto M44. M44 needs about half an hour. There's not much in there. It's the Manger galaxy. At which point I am open for viewers' requests. What do you want to see afterwards? The moon will not be joining us until after midnight, so we don't have to worry about the moon. We will pay Mars a visit to see if we can see any shades, or if it's just going to be a little reddish dot. And for those who are joining us for the first time tonight, please do subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. So I'm gonna hold it. Okay, we have been on for 3 hours, just over 3 hours, and the Galaxy, Samsung Galaxy, has lost 25% of its battery. So we're doing okay if it continues losing at this rate. I tried every cable and I tried every USB connector on the computer, and none of them seem to maintain the charge. The Galaxy uses quite a bit of current. And because the cable is not a power cable per se, but rather it's the USB connection to mirror the tablet onto the PC. Next time when we do some experimenting, I will try to connect to the tablet via Wi-Fi as opposed to USB, and then use a USB for power only and see if that does the job. Bill, what was the for? I have Harvey, but not with the C star. If it's visible tonight, we can take a look at it. Let me see what it is. Oh, the power issue. Right now the USB cable, I'm using it for screen copy. For other tablets, for 8-inch tablets, using screen copy is that same cable is enough to power the display. On an 11-inch Galaxy, the power requirements are higher than that. So it is moving data alright, but not passing enough power. The USB ports on the laptop are designed to be low power, not high power. Okay, CGD, ask and you shall get. Let me show you where my all sky cam is. There we go. It's covered with snow, and my wife's Christmas tree is lighting it up. And I have no way to get to the top of it at 30 feet to clear it from the snow. That's all. When it did not have snow on it, it worked very nicely. The Christmas tree is still on. In the interest of peace and harmony, it will stay on for a few more days. Bill, we have been married for 30 years, and about 31 years ago, we were in an argument that I was winning. And that's when my wife stopped and looked at me and said, "Would you rather be right or happy?" And I've been happy ever since. There is no point in trying to win an argument. On the other hand, that Rosette Nebula is looking nice. Hi, Jeannie. Jeannie, take notes. The Rosette Nebula is one that you should try to image at some point when you feel like it. It's just absolutely gorgeous. And this is only 10 minutes. We're going to give it the full treatment tonight. Hello, Jacob. Jacob, we were discussing your favorite subject, and that is how to destroy the gears on a C-Star S50. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd indulge me for just 1 second, I want to see if I can find the IP address of the Samsung Galaxy and see if I can connect screen copy via Wi-Fi as opposed to USB. Stand by. Bill, it switched from my network from the house network to the C-Star network without telling me. On its own, it went from station mode to direct connection on its own. Okay, my IP address is 118. Okay, that's all I wanted to see. We go back. Nothing is weird anymore, Bill. Those devices, if for any reason they lose connectivity, they grab whatever they find. I have auto connect turned off for all the networks to prevent something like that from happening, yet it still happens. Bill, that may well be the case. I just forced the issue with my tablet, and let me show you. Wi-Fi is connected to Lady Godiva. And there is my S50 Pompey, but it is connected to Godiva. And if I go and look at C-Star, the device and Wi-Fi it does indicate station mode, but it doesn't tell us which one it's using. It is still generating the Wi-Fi signal, but right now it has to be connected to the house network because the tablet is connected to the house network. Yes, the S50 Pompey is the C-Star Wi-Fi. I renamed it. When we were in Oswego for the solar eclipse, there were multiple C-Star S50s that the folks from the Copernic Observatory brought with them to avoid any confusion and not knowing that people could control each other's C-Star. I was worried about that, so I renamed mine and certainly changed the password on it. Yeah, I was worried with 3 C-Stars sitting next to each other for all intents and purposes, and all of them using the default password, whatever it was, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that will be running each other's devices. So I renamed mine and changed the password. The unfortunate thing about the GUI is it doesn't tell us what C-Star is using. Yes, the IP check confirmed that, Bill. There is the evidence. I just did it, /C star, and I'm looking at the actual files within, and these are the dates. These are indeed today, 2237, that's what's being captured now, and this was the 434. The stacked images. This is what we just captured earlier. So I'm able to, from the laptop that is not connected to the C star, I am able to look at the hard drive of the C star over the network. An easy way to check, Bill, is take any computer connected to your home network and just go to search \, C star. If you connect to it, then it means you are in station mode. Now C star is unhappy. Now it's happy. So don't know if it decided to switch back to you are guest now. Okay. At least C star allows me to release and release control and switch back and forth between guest mode and control mode. Dwarf is a royal pain to do that. Bill, I don't know if you're looking at your large screen, but this is what I do. I go into search, and up here, // C star, and run it. And if it opens, it means the computer is connected to the home network, and C star is connected to the home network. I was trying to see what our options are once we're done with M44. We certainly want to pay Mars a quick visit. Because the moon is not going to come up for a little while. We have quite a few in the Messier catalog that are available. Thank you, Bill. We try to entertain and inform wherever possible. Sombrero Galaxy doesn't rise for a while, so that is out. Did you know that there's a frosty nebula? That would be appropriate. It is tiny, only 25 seconds, arc seconds. The frosty Leo Nebula. I don't know if Seastar's catalog will have it in there. So we have NGC2872, Jacob, where is the Spider Nebula? Are you talking about the red Spider Nebula or the plain Spider Nebula? Sorry, can't do, it is too far out of sight right now. I see it, it's way up. Yes, Toast, that's what I'm seeing also. Mars will be reaching opposition January 15, but January 13, Mars is going to go behind the moon. Comet 18D. What is Comet 18D? CGD, I'm using the Samsung Galaxy A9. That's an 11-inch tablet that I got for free from T-Mobile in return for subscribing for unlimited data plan for $20 a month. So it's unlimited 5G, unlimited data, unlimited text, tablet plan for $20 a month plus a free tablet. Mike, I have to point one more time that field rotation is practically non-existent. Whoever decided to mount the sensor vertically as opposed to horizontally on the sea star did us all a favor. Yeah, 4502. A year ago today we were at 2400, so we're almost maintaining the doubling of the subscriber base each year. Jacob, I'm unable to find Comet 18D. I'm looking at the Sky Live. They don't have it. Let me do a search and see if... Okay, there she is. They say it's lost. Comet 18D was lost. Yeah, it's way, even if it's there, it's way out of my reach right now. It's sitting near Neptune and Saturn, both of which are long gone. Thanks, Mike. Merry Christmas, and I'm sure we'll see you before the year is over. It says lost. Okay, I'll tell you what, we will go to the C-Star catalog and see if we'll find it. That's easy. Now, you know what's coming up in the near future for us? We're hopping over at 10 o'clock. Visiting Mars and an M44. And as soon as we're done with M44, we will have a possible treat with M101 and M51 and then M63. The order of events may end up being the Owl Nebula M97, and then we'll drop down to 101, 51 and 63. They should be half an hour each before the moon comes up. Bill, we have not had clear skies in such a long time that I don't mind pulling an all-nighter. I wish I had the big scope out looking at Mars right now, but tablet is down to 68%. I'll have to see if I can convince the laptop to crank out more current from its USB port. I don't set the alarm. They go off on their own when they need to go out. I have two alarms, a German Shepherd and a Belgian Malinois, and they don't need setting up. I explained to them that I was retired, and that did not impress them. Yes, 8 pause. This morning at 1:55 a.m. the little one decided that she wanted to go out. Big one did not want to go out with her, so she went out alone. And then while she was in the yard, as far as possible, she barked, and that piqued the interest of the big one, who wanted to go out and see what's happening. Now, if you bear with me for just 1 second, we're going to lose the image while I switch cables and USB ports to see if I can do any better. Stand by. Okay, we're back. We're at 68%. Let's see if it makes any difference. Bill, I have a fenced-in yard. Not so much to keep the dogs out or to keep the dogs in, but to keep other wildlife out. The fence, when we put it up, ended up being 600 feet. So they have the better part of a half acre to run wild, and trees and everything else. Until the Belgian Malinois learned how to climb the fence and jump over and go run around. Actually, I was out for my run and I heard footsteps or paw steps behind me. Nothing that scares a runner more than hearing rapid footsteps behind you when you are running and turning to see that it's my own dog following me. So we went back home, and when I realized that she has no problem jumping the fence, I had to raise that fence. So we went from a 4-foot fence to a 6-foot fence. And a couple days ago, she came home from running around the yard in the fenced-in yard with a dead rabbit in her mouth. That rabbit was not dead a few minutes earlier. So we went around to find out how the rabbit was able to get into the yard. Sure enough, they dug a hole under the fence. A rabbit hole. I don't know why they would do that to get inside the fence. So we closed that hole, and I sure hope I don't have to be filling rabbit holes all winter because they just want to be eaten by dogs. But so far, mink and fishers and bobcats and coyotes and foxes have not made it inside the fence. Yeah. About a year ago, each of the dogs came in carrying half a rabbit. At least they share. They split that thing straight into halves. Okay, time to get off Rosette. And go see Mars quickly. M44 is just under Mars, so it'll be a quick one. Genie, let's see if we can make Mars red for you. Okay, there is Mars. We're going to go for X. We're going to track Mars. And then we're going to try to go manual and see if we can reduce Okay, stop moving on us. Okay, microsecond, please. Genie, it's almost reddish. I can't say that I see any details on it, but Toast and Love, what is Demos to the west of Mars? can't see it on my map. I'm gonna grab a video of Mars quickly. Alright, time to go to M44 The Manger. Stargazing. Genie, it was overexposed. I don't know if you saw me putting exposure onto manual and then adjusting it from there. Bill, for some reason the telescope manufacturers seem to be on a race to the bottom. By the way, did you see that there is a lawsuit against Celestron for monopoly? I received an email from Amazon saying if I bought any Celestron computers, then I can become part of the class action lawsuit. If you'd excuse me for a moment, I just got a text message that the neighbor dropped cookies at the door. So I better go get some cookies here. I'll be right back. Audio off in the meantime because the dog's gonna be barking. Okay, I'm back. Merry Christmas to all. Harvey, I did not find the cookies. I suspect my wife took them, brought them in. Either that or the coyotes took them away. I'll find out tomorrow morning. That's a good point, Bill. I did not check the fridge. That's where the dogs are. They are sleeping. I'm going to leave them sleeping. We will resolve the mystery tomorrow morning. So I'm going to give M44 till 10:30. And then we're going to move to the Owl Nebula M97. 3 or 4 dogs ago, we had a yellow lab that knew how to open the fridge, and after Thanksgiving brought out of the fridge an entire turkey carcass and went through it. It was not a pretty sight when we got back home. We actually literally had to find a way to tie the fridge door because he had no problem opening the fridge. Your parents' beer fridge. Well, the little dog that we have now, we call it Little. We call her Little. She's 4 years old, but little in size because she's a Belgian Malinois. She's only 55, 56 pounds. She's a counter surfer. Nothing is safe from her. If it's on a table, on a counter, in a sink, we had to remove all the knobs from the stove because she learned how to turn on the gas stove, which is not a good thing. Anything that we use on the stove, pans, frying pans, when we're done with them, we literally have to put them somewhere away, otherwise she's going to burn herself trying to get to them. And on another note, totally unrelated, looks like the Galaxy is not draining the battery anymore, so I may have found the right outlet and the right cable. It's steady at 68%. Okay, 15 minutes stacked on M44. We're gonna go find the owl. Oopsie. Might as well get two for the price of one. M108 and M97. Okay, we got both in the same field of view. I'm gonna go check the fridge, see if you guys are right on this one. I'll be right back. I found them very tasty. Chocolate chip, double chocolate cookies. The very good kind. Yes, indeed, they are safe. Well, they're no longer safe because some of them are already in me. Jacob, since you are on and since you have cats, let me show you cats. Yes, semi-safe. This is officially our cat room, or the cattery as we call it. And the eyes that you see are cats on the move. They have their own room, their own ventilation system, their own water, their own bathroom, their own heater, and their own window to look out. I will show them to you someday during daylight when they are on the move. Most of them are sleeping right now. Yeah, they live very comfortably actually. Yeah, living out in the country with okay, so there is another pair of eyes showing up. Too many people throw things out and we end up picking them up. Every single one of these cats was a stray abandoned by somebody that found its way to us. My wife used to be a vet tech early in her career. Okay, we're seeing more eyes now. Okay, back to the Owl Nebula. It's looking like an owl. And the galaxy up there is M108. So it was 440. Edit. Bill, several years ago we were out for a run and we hear voices or sounds coming out of the ditch, and we look in and we find a plastic bag with 3 one-day-old puppies that somebody had tossed out of a moving car. We took them home. One was already dead. The other 2 we bottle fed. We were able to save one of them and lived multiple years. But yeah, this is the kind of thing that you would not expect going out for a morning run. That you'll find 3 puppies in a plastic bag tossed from a moving car off the road. And we have a cat that we found literally in the middle of the road. Could not have been more than a few weeks old. We thought she was dead, but she's now 4 years old. It was the first week of the pandemic, and she made it. And beautiful cat, very smart. Yeah, we don't dare raise squirrels here in New York State because the government will come and shoot them. So as soon as we're done with the Owl Nebula with M97 108, I'm going to drop down to 3 very beautiful galaxies. Jeannie, if you have not seen M101 and M51, prepare to be amazed. When we moved out into the country, they told us if you see any raccoons, the odds are that they have rabies. And pretty much for whatever reason, any and all raccoons are considered to have rabies as a default here. Now, still no other telescope gives me the pleasure of marking the targets. There is the Owl Nebula and there is M108. Yeah, the eyes are taking shape. For targets like this one, I have not been able to get the same fidelity from dwarf that I get from C-star. Even though dwarf has an 8 megapixel sensor, for C-star's 2 megapixels, the fact that dwarf uses only a 30 millimeter, 34 millimeter lens versus the 50 millimeter lens at C-star, we get back to glass has its privileges. We have gone, I think, almost an hour now since I switched cables and USB ports, and the Samsung Galaxy is holding on to 68%. So this is very good. How tall are you, Jeannie? I am 5'11" when you talk about height advantage. If you want to try to put things, multiple objects in the same field of view, let me take you to Mercurian's chain. Let's see where M86 is. M86 has not risen yet. We'll catch up with it probably in about in a couple of hours. but that one you can get half a dozen galaxies, if not more, in the same field of view. In the meantime, we may be able to get 95, 96 and 105. And then certainly Cigar Nebula and Bode's Galaxy, M81 and M82 in the same field of view. Yes, I proposed giving people a free chainsaw with every telescope that they buy. I know what you meant, Jeannie. We do try to maintain a sense of humor late at night. The best tripod that I ever got for Dwarf and the Sea Star is the 10-inch angle bracket that is screwed into the wall, into the window frame from the outside, 3 floors high. Star Traveler, what's a neighbor? We have no neighbors out in the country, and we love it. The neighbor who brought us cookies had to drive half a mile. My only problem with my neighbors right now is they leave the lights on the Christmas tree. Oh, that's my wife. Never mind. Doesn't count. Bill, here's a wild prediction for this time next year, and it is 8,000 subscribers. Because this is the time to make New Year resolutions. Well, we have a total lunar eclipse coming in March, and then we have the partial solar eclipse this morning. We identified a new place that could become another outpost, highland forest. If you were to search Google Maps, it's Highland Forest County Park. It has a 360-degree view from its skyline lodge. It is borderline Bortle 3, between 3 and 4. Yeah, the total lunar eclipse is going to be from Oswego. Jacob said he's going to join me. But I'm still looking for a place to do my full Messier marathon. Two weeks after the total lunar eclipse, and end it with at sunrise. The sun is going to rise missing a piece. Bill, I just posted a link which I think should get you, yes it does, to the location that I'm talking about for a possible Messier marathon. I learned today that they have internet access and they would be willing to give me access. What that picture does not show is the elevation change. That skyline lodge is on top of a mountain, literally. And right in front of it, the parking lot open area pretty much provides coverage towards the southeast and southwest, so that's the entire Messier marathon could be done from that one location. Yeah, the total lunar eclipse on Pi Day on 3/14 starts at midnight and ends at the wee hours of the morning. So we'll be there. They promised to provide us pies. It will be in Oswego. The trade-off is going to be what telescopes they will be using for visual observing. And since it's the moon, I will most likely go with C-star as opposed to dwarf. No news on the radio telescope. The school is shut down now for 2 weeks. So early January when we go back, I will ask. They did clear the area and they painted where the pier is gonna go, but there has been no construction. Genie Stellarium web, you can get to it from your browser, is my go-to to find out what's visible and what's not. It's very easy to use. You just type in the search the object that you're looking for and it'll show you where it is, if it's below the horizon or above the horizon. I think we have exhausted the Owl Nebula. Let me see where, how high M101 is right now. Yeah, M101 should be high enough. Let's see if we can get it. This is one target where the longer you sit on it, the better it looks. But we have it perfectly centered. Jeannie, notice how M101 is extremely faint, but with every additional frame that we're stacking, it is starting to take shape, little by little. Merry Christmas, Bill. We will see you next time. Have a good night. Hello, Emmanuel. So the plan for the remainder of the evening, since it's going to be almost tomorrow soon, is to do M101, the Pinwheel Galaxy, and then M51, the Whirlpool Galaxy, and then M63, the Sunflower Galaxy, and then the Moon, and then get a couple hours sleep. Yeah, as you look at M101, the longer we stay on it, the more it's gonna show. And I have no problem sitting on it for a full hour, which is what we will do. We started at around 11:20, we'll stay on it till at least tomorrow 20. It's a beautiful target, one of the, I mean, 101, 51 and 63 are all very, very beautiful galaxies, and we're going to do all three back to back. What do you speak of, Emmanuel? We're looking at portrait here, not landscape. And this is why we do not see any significant field rotation. Hello Zena, welcome on board. You did not miss much, just M45 and then M42 and M44 and NGC2264 and NGC2024 and then IC34. Other than that, you're on time. Glad you're able to join us. We are imaging the Pinwheel Galaxy M101 and we expect to be sitting on it for a full hour. We are 14 and a half minutes on it and it's already looking beautiful. That's one of those targets where the longer you stay on it, the prettier it will look. We also went looking for missing cookies and we found them. They are chocolate cookies with chocolate chip inside them and chocolate frosting on top. Basically plain cookies. And the slurping is my second cup of tea. I am back. Zena, you missed something hilarious earlier. Really funny, very funny, hilarious. Somebody asked why and got a laugh out of it. Well, I learned from my time in England that you never drink tea without biscuits, as they call them, because you have to dunk them or dip them. And while you were not here, Zena, we reached 4,500 subscribers. Yeah, we're still shy of the 5,000 that we would have liked, but we made the New Year resolution, even though it's not New Year yet, to get to 8,000 by the end of the year. Tarbash9, welcome to the channel. Please subscribe if you have not subscribed yet. We took a quick look at the planets. C-Star is not suitable for planets. Unfortunately, my big telescope is inside a frozen dome. I'm waiting for sublimation to take effect because there will be no melting anytime soon. Temperature this morning, Zena, get that. Temperature this morning was -1. Thanks, Tarbash. Yes, Zena, we're going to go for 8K by the end of 2025. It's going to require some work on my part, but I can do it. When I say work on my part is renewed diligence to put out a video every day, either short or regular length, which we had done for quite a while, quite a stretch in the fall. Tarbash, I have quite a few tutorial videos on the channel dealing with the sea star. If you have any questions, please ask. Your best bet is to post questions in the comments, and I look at the comments every day. I'll get back to you. Tarbash, where are you located? In what time zone? Alabama. I used to go a lot to Montgomery. And a little bit further north, Huntsville is Rocket City. I ran the Huntsville Marathon, Rocket City Marathon in Huntsville a few years back. That was fun. Zena, you might appreciate this story. I used to fly down to Montgomery about once a month, and I always took the very first flight out of Montgomery to Atlanta, their 6 a.m. flight. So I used to arrive to the airport at around 5 a.m. and there was one lonely coffee shop in the entire airport. And whenever I was there, I was the first one ordering coffee. Always ordered a large cappuccino with almond milk, with a biscotti and a banana. And at one time I arrived there and the lady was busy making coffee. And I looked around and there was nobody else. And then when she looked towards me, she said, "What would you like?" And I said, "My cappuccino with almond milk." She said, "Yep, I saw you coming, so I made it. It's ready for you." And that's when you know that you're traveling too much. When even in the coffee shop, they see you coming and they know what you want. The best thing about retirement, Zena, is I don't have to travel anymore. I don't have to go through TSA. I don't have to take my shoes off. I don't have to be yelled at with all the sheep waiting in line to take our jackets off, to take our shoes off, to take our belts off. So no party for you, Zena, on Thursday? Zena, do you have to go to Denver at all, or not anymore? It's good that they haven't called you back. What happens, Zena, if the new administration requires all federal employees back in the office 5 days a week? Well, Zina, as you probably know, I've been retired for 2.5 years now. They called me back. They want me back in the office. And I don't think so. Actually, I know so. Gina, I said they want me back at work. And I said no. Actually, no was the polite way of what I actually said. Star Traveler, I looked and I found that everybody who retired died. So that's one occupational hazard of retirement. Ladies, if it's important, I will type it in. Otherwise, it's just chatter. Gina, if Bill were here, he was here earlier. He went to watch White Christmas. If he had been here, he would remind us not to discuss politics on this channel. Well, retiring at 62 and living to 98 is not bad. At least she got her Social Security back. Gina, I try to welcome everybody when they get on and ask them to please subscribe. Yeah, Bill joined early tonight. We have been live since about 6 hours now. We were planning to use the Dwarf 3, but Happy was grumpy and Grumpy was grumpier, so I ended up using C-Star instead. It's almost tomorrow. Okay, for those who are still with us, thank you. The weather forecast is going to be good through midday tomorrow, and then we go back to snow. But right now the forecast is calling for extremely nice evening on Wednesday. So Christmas Day in the evening we will very likely be live again. Christmas Eve, Tuesday evening, the forecast is calling for broken clouds, so we would probably go live to look for Santa or drones or whatever it is. Genie, we're holding at 68%, so we have fixed the power leakage problem from the Galaxy. Tarbash, glass has its privileges. The bigger your front glass, the better the planets are gonna look. I have access to a 16-inch, 250 pound is the weight of the telescope, up at the University in Oswego, where I volunteer as their observatory, whatever they call it these days. I think they call me visiting scholar. So that's good for planetary. Anything smaller than a 4-inch is going to be not good enough for planetary observing. If you just want to see that Saturn has rings, you can see them on a 3-inch scope. But if you want to be able to see the great red spot on Jupiter, you definitely need the 4-inch telescope. If you want to see the ice caps on Mars, you're looking at the 6-inch telescope. Good night, Zena. Orion was acting up a lot, Genie. I have no idea why. C-Star was plate solving every few seconds on Orion. So Tarbash, there are two decisions you have to make. One, do you want your telescope for visual observing or for astrophotography? That's first one. And the second one, how much detail are you looking for? Earlier this evening we looked at Jupiter through C-Star, and we could see the cloud bands on the planet, but could not see the great red spot, even though I knew it was there. Mars looked like an orange blob, could not see anything on it. And that's a 2-inch telescope. Ladies and gentlemen, happy Monday. Not you, Jeannie, it's going to be another 3 hours before Monday, but still, happy Monday. With the C-star S50, in order to observe planets, you're going to have to reduce the exposure significantly. The latest app on the C-star allows you to go down into the microsecond range, which is good. Remember, in the grand scheme of things, the Andromeda galaxy is about 1 arc degree, that's 60 arc minutes, that is 3600 arc seconds. Jupiter is 36 arc seconds. It's 1/100th of the size of Andromeda. So that is your problem. Tonight Mars is only 13-14 arc seconds. If you look at the field of view of C-star, it is 2 megapixels, the 2000 pixels up, 1000 pixels sideways. That 1000 pixels sideways is about 30 arc minutes. Which means you're getting only 2 pixels per arc second. So when you look at Mars, it's only about 20 pixels, which is nothing, compared to Andromeda, which is about 2000 pixels. So that's where the math falls. So if you think of the moon for a second, and the moon will be coming up in an hour or so. If you think of the moon, it's about 60 times the size, the apparent size of Jupiter. And Jupiter is the largest of the planets. It's about, right now, 150 times the size of Mars. That's why C-star is not going to do justice to the planets. They are way too small. A very long time ago, what got me hooked onto astronomy was seeing Saturn through a 4-inch telescope. And the operative term here is seeing. This was well before astrophotography. It is a very addictive hobby. So there is still some mystery and mystique to seeing planets, even the moon for that matter, with your naked eye. There is a beauty to it that you will not find by looking at a screen. In that case, Tarbash, join us often, because we try to go for the exotic targets most of the time. Not tonight. Tonight we're just doing a Christmas special with things that are Christmas related. But we like to go after asteroids, after satellites, after comets. And I have a singular obsession with the International Space Station, which, by the way, is going to be passing overhead tonight, or this morning, at 5:45. Remember, the most important rule of this channel is we don't answer any question that starts with why. We are engineers. We defer the why to scientists and philosophers. So you can ask what all you want. We answer the what. If you ask why, people will laugh at you. We don't answer why. When I retired, I promised that these are two things I will not answer anymore. Why and the phone. It's funny when my mother-in-law calls and I don't answer the phone and leaves messages. And then my wife has to explain to her that he doesn't answer why, he doesn't answer the phone, he's retired. Star Traveler, 20 years in academia, 20 years in government service. You bet I've paid my dues. And this galaxy is starting to look nice. Genie, half an hour, we're starting to see the wings. Don't get me wrong, work was fun. It was a privilege. And then one day it was time to go. And it's good to know when to go. Jeannie, if you look at that picture, that pinwheel is going to take shape gradually, and you're going to see the wings taking shape. The outermost one is starting to form. Remember, none of this was visible half an hour ago. We had a blank sky with a dot in the middle. Okay, let's go to the Pinwheel Galaxy and find out from Stellarium what magnitude those stars are. Okay, we're looking at magnitude 16 stars at this point. Yeah, we have ways to go, Jeannie. It's gonna be hola quite a bit more. There is a big wingtip that is forming to the immediate left of the galaxy that we plan to stay on for a while. That is something else that we do allow on this channel, and that's typographical errors. Typos. Because many of our viewers use cell phones and try to write dissertations in the chat using the cell phones. And then add to that the autocorrect and autofill, and it gets very funny. I agree with you, Gene. It's a pain that they do not allow you to go to a specific point, but rather backwards from the current point. Merry Christmas, Tarbash. We'll see you next time. The moon is supposed to rise right now, at exactly now. We have to wait about 3 degrees before it clears the horizon from here. So by the time, let's see how long does it take to get 3 degrees for us. Right now it is at exactly 0 degree altitude. Three degrees in about 20 minutes. Hello, Air Force veteran. If my memory serves me right, that is North Dakota. I was going to use the Dwarf 3 tonight, but ended up using the Sea Star. Well, I'm glad somebody calls visiting the in-laws a vacation. This is our first clear night in a very long time, so decided to have a Christmas special. I have not tried Mosaic on Dwarf 3 yet. Considering that the field of view is large enough to start with, but I shall give it a try. As long as they watch the kids, that's right. I hope your in-laws are in a slightly warmer place than North Dakota right now. I just got a message from Sue. She's back to the office, wishing us a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I ran the Bismarck Marathon in 2013. I liked it a lot. Bismarck is so incredibly flat. The only hill that they could find was the one near the physical therapy campus, whatever the school was, on top of that hill, and they made us go up and down it several times. I have very fond memories of Bismarck. I will never forget my error of not wearing a baseball cap, because we started the first several miles running straight due east into the sun. It was in September, and the sun was straight into our eyes for the better part of an hour that we could not shake it off. Yeah, Minot is one place I've never been to. But very fond memories of Bismarck. Now, if you talk to the Dwarf 3 folks, the Dwarf Lab engineers, I've been bugging them to lower the minimum amount of time between targets on their schedule feature. Right now, I believe 10 minutes is the minimum you can have between targets, and 10 minutes is the minimum you can spend on a target, which limits us to no more than 3 targets per hour. That's not gonna cut it for a Messier marathon. I'd like to be able to do all 110 targets using Dwarf 3, pre-program the entire Messier marathon and let it run through. I asked Arya if they can please reduce that from 10 minutes to 1 minute. She said she'll ask the engineers. Any chance you can put in a good word for us? 10 minutes doesn't make sense. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at your message on Facebook. Yeah, this is nice. When you put the sea star and the dwarf side by side, a big advantage of dwarf is that it does not need to plate solve every target we go to. That's how I am able to look to find comets inside trees, literally, or to track targets before they rise above the horizon, simply by calibrating on one part of the sky and then imaging on another part of the sky. No other telescope allows me to do that. And this is where looking at a Messier marathon, especially M30, which is going to be the very last one, there will be no stars near it. There is no chance of plate solving. We just have to go there by faith based on the calibration, and only dwarf can do that. And the moon is rising right now. I plan to give M101 the full hour to see how much more we can get of the wings, and then we'll hop onto the moon. Brett, on March 28, I plan to do a Messier marathon and finish it on the 29th in the morning as the sun rises, because the sun will be missing a piece. It will be a partial solar eclipse. And my plan is to use dwarf, the dwarf 3. We'll start in the evening with probably Messier 74 or 77 and go all the way to Messier 30. Messier 30 is going to be very tricky because it will be only minutes before the sun rises. But to be able to switch from the last Messier object onto a partially eclipsed sun is going to be nothing short of amazing. But they need to work with us and cut me down from that 10-minute to 1 minute. Clouds? What clouds? Yeah, March 14th on Pi Day, we will have a total lunar eclipse. And then 2 weeks later, the partial solar eclipse. Now, for a bit of trivia, did you know that every solar eclipse is preceded 2 weeks earlier by a lunar eclipse? Okay, let's see how we're going to do that. This is dwarf 3 joining. Will it let me move that? Let's see. And there we go. It's interesting how the craters on the moon appear. Hello, Archie. For those who have joined us recently, a quick station identification. This is the Pompey Observatory, the only channel on YouTube that broadcasts in 4K resolution, multiple telescopes, looking at multiple targets at the same time, and we go live whenever the skies are clear, day or night. Right now you're looking at the dwarf 3, looking at the moon, and the reason the moon is appears to be out of focus is that it's only at altitude 3 degrees. It has not risen high enough yet to get out of the moisture of the atmosphere at very, very low altitudes. It'll look a lot clearer in half an hour or so. And on the right we have Messier 101, the Pinwheel Galaxy on C-Star. The total solar eclipse that we enjoyed last April was preceded by a penumbral lunar eclipse 2 weeks earlier, and that penumbral lunar eclipse gave me my highest viewership ever, with 27,000 views in one day, one night. It was a fun night. So we're at 54 minutes with M101. I plan to get off it when it reaches 1 hour. We could really stay on it forever. I want to get off 101, go to the moon, take a couple of videos, and then consider grabbing a couple of hours of sleep. Jeannie, I wish you were with us that March evening. I had not planned for what happened. This is when Bill volunteered to help me moderate because things really got totally out of hand. That night, people from many places in the world were claiming that they had a lunar eclipse and were showing fake images of a lunar eclipse when they really were not in a part of the world that had any eclipse. And then we discovered that by pure chance that Pompey Observatory was the only channel carrying the penumbral lunar eclipse live, and people descended, and we were handling literally thousands of simultaneous viewers, all of them posting comments left and right. And out of the blue, Bill Peterson said, "Can I help you? Will you designate me as a moderator so I will handle the chat and you can focus on the technology?" And that's what we did. Good evening, Larry. Long time no see. How is Kentucky doing? The shadows of the moon are perplexing, to say the least. I'm gonna hop on it with the sea star as well to see whether that those things sticking out are indeed the craters, the way the lighting is, or whether we have something else at work. Larry, we did the mandatory Christmas targets tonight. We did the Christmas tree, and then we did M44, which is the manger. and looked at M42 and M45. Okay, off to the moon we go. Okay, sea star, enough of that. Okay, stop it. So that artifact is indeed there. Okay. I don't know why it's going spastic on me. Okay, let's see if this gives us visibility into what's happening here. Come back. These look like they are the Pyrenees Mountains. Sorry about that, Archie. Hello SS Tigger. Welcome to the channel. If you are new and if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. We will come back to the moon shortly, but I promised Jeannie that we will do M51, having done M101, since they go hand in hand. Back to the full moon. Hey, come back. Ho, ho. Manual. Microseconds. Gain. Okay, never mind. Larry, the main reason I'm going after low targets is we had a lot of snow over the past 2 days, and the only clear place that I have where I can put telescopes is on my windowsill, and there is a roof overhead, literally, which is what's protecting them from ice and snow, protecting the telescope. So I can look straight out from about the northeast to about the southeast, so I don't have too big of an angle to work with, and I cannot go too high. Tarek, this looks like deja vu all over again. Welcome back. Good night, CGD. Merry Christmas. Slept, woke up and got busy. Haven't done the slept, haven't done the woke up, but we have been busy here. Jeannie, here's another target that can use a lot of time. There we go. Larry, my targets clear the horizon here as low as 2 degrees. That's the beauty of putting a 10-inch angle bracket outside the window and mounting a telescope on it. As long as the dogs are sleeping, the house doesn't shake, so we are good. Well, I'm glad we had this clear night so we can wish everybody a Merry Christmas. Tomorrow is not looking too good, but Christmas Day looks very promising in the evening. So we will all be well fed and fed up, and we'll be able to go live on Wednesday again. If for any reason tomorrow's forecast proves wrong, we'll get back on. Yeah, my east is good. My west is totally blocked. I literally have a mountain behind me. And the cemetery location gives me 360-degree views is unusable because of multiple feet of snow on the ground. Gene, if you're talking about M51, it would be very low for you between 1 and 2 a.m. Considering that you are 3 hours behind, It's about 10 degrees per hour that it rises. Yeah, chainsaws are a mandatory piece of astronomy equipment. Your time, Jeannie. You're 3 hours behind us. So it rises by about 10 degrees per, excuse me, per hour. So 2 a.m. my time, it will be about 30 degrees. 2 a.m. your time, it will be about 0 degree, just starting to rise. Let me see if I can pull Stellarium and give it Hollywood as the location. Okay, Jeannie, let's go through the exercise. There's M51 in the middle of the screen. Location is Pompey. If I change the location to Los Angeles or Hollywood, and this is right now, let's try that again. Hollywood, California. There we go. Use this location. Suddenly your Messier 51 is below the horizon. Voila. Here's the link, Jeannie. You're welcome, Jeannie. Make sure you ask your neighbors to subscribe to the channel before you cut down their trees. Thank you. M51 is taking shape a lot faster than M101. So I plan to give M51 another 10 minutes of stack time. And then we will hop on the moon, make sure it's still there, and then wish you all a good week. Good day to you too, Brett. Merry Christmas and enjoy family. This may be redundant now. The battery is still at 68%, so we have won this battle. Otherwise it would have been totally empty by now. That's the battery of the Galaxy, the Samsung Galaxy tablet, not the C-Star. C-Star has one advantage over Dwarf in this domain. When the temperature is this cold, both telescopes will stop charging their batteries. The only difference is Dwarf will start draining the battery, whereas C-Star will apply the current directly to the telescope and bypasses the battery. If we had been operating the Dwarf tonight, it would have run out of battery and retired. Yeah, 8 hours worth will definitely be long gone. C-Star, on the other hand, is still humming. Yeah, many times if it's very hot, such as imaging the sun, looking at sunspots, Dwarf will drain the battery and shut down, whereas C-Star will just apply the current directly to the telescope and keep going. Have not noticed that, Larry. Have not paid attention to dropped frames, but if you say so. I am totally disoriented right now with all the updates on Dwarf and the updates on C-Star as to which is which and who's doing what. I still don't know what that guy does. Don't know who Al Denise is. Whatever. That's nice. That was nice, actually. I don't know if it lets me apply that to earlier images. No, okay. So this is supposed to be their AI denoise, and looks like it did a very good job actually. So we're gonna do it one more time just for fun. This is really nice. I have to say wow here. And we can upload it, save it. Okay, image saved. Let's see where it saved it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So Genie, you may want to apply that to all of your images. Just because. Larry, do you know offhand if we can apply the AI denoise to pre-stored images or only the ones that are being processed live? Yes, Jeannie, you are not the only one who learns from every webcast. I just learned something new here. I had not tried it before. Now the question is, can we apply it to images that we took before they had that feature available? Yeah, it would be nice to go back to all the images that we have captured. Larry, your entire Messier catalog. It would be nice to see what happens if you apply AI denoise to the images. Yeah. Larry, what tool did you use to denoise in post-processing? Is that part of PixInsight or what were you using? Okay. Alright, we have reached the end of M51. I'm gonna hop over to the moon briefly and then wish you all a good rest of the night. And there again is one difference between dwarf and C-star. A dwarf will not go to the moon. You have to manually point the telescope to the moon. Okay, C-star is not going spastic on us this time. The bottom of the moon is slightly more exposed than I'd like it to. Manual. Okay. And there is no denoise here. Okay.